Welcome everybody into Klein Scott Field today. The Newton Rebels welcome in the Wellington Heat. The Rebels come into this matchup with an overall season record of 3-17. Then on the other hand, the Heat come in with a record of 16-9. This is a non-league matchup, so both teams kind of coming into this game maybe with a little bit of a different mindset, kind of trying to get some more of kind of their little things worked out here in preparation for league play for the rest of the season. Obviously, some interesting little notes for the Newton Rebels coming into this one. Jordy Lopez and Shenian Zhang both out of the lineup. Both of those players were named All-Stars, of course, earlier this past week. But I think Jordy Lopez, I guess, has been dealing with kind of a nagging injury. So he could be being held out today, gets out of precautionary measures with this being a non-league game. And then Zhang did come in contact, or at least suffer his injury in the All-Star game that took place just a few days ago over in Wichita, Kansas. So to start off the ball game, obviously, the Newton Rebels will be starting off on the defensive side. Aiden Robles will be starting off at the catching spot in relief of Zhang, and also Ryan Ruggiero, who is out with an injury himself. Joe Treadmeyer will be starting off on the pitching mound for the Newton Rebels. In just a matter of seconds, the top of the first going to kick off here. The Newton Rebels trying to turn their season around, try to pick up their fourth win of the season, the second win in Klein Scott Field of 2024. Stay with us. My name is Adrian Hogan, and welcome back to Klein Scott Field, top of the first. Once again, about to get underway. Some key pieces of the lineup for the New Rebels out of the game, but we'll see kind of how they respond. Once again, Aiden Robles in the game this evening in relief for Zhang, normally the starting catcher for the Newton Rebels. Treadmar fires it into Broutman. That's going to be a ball or a strike. Called strike just inside of the strike zone to the outside portion. Broutman on the season, .233 batting average. I'm trying to write that here as the Heat enter the second half of their season. Today marking the last game of the first half of their 2024 campaign. 1-1 count. Top of the first, still no outs. Pitch in and big contact out to center field. And that one not going to go over the wall. Going to stay alive. And Brown makes all the way over to second. But luckily for the Rebels, the outfield able to kind of compose themselves and keep them over at second floor. Of course, the bleeding got any worse. Already a runner on base now and in scoring position for the Heat. Only 2 minutes into the contest. Once again, Treadmeyer getting the start on the mound today for the Newton Rebels. Samuel Rosario receives the first pitch outside. Robles keeps it out of harm's way. Ball one. Rosario Sr. out of St. Andrews University. Going to receive the 1-0 pitch. Pitch comes in, strike. 1-1 count. Brownman was showing maybe a possible steal attempt over from second to third. Luckily, Robles kept him in check from behind home plate. 1-1 pitch in and straight over to White over at third, and he fires it over to number 11, Drew Wardell over at first, and they pick up the first out of the top of the first. Omar Tapet now going to be next up, third in the batting lineup for the Wellington Heat. Wellington once again comes in to today with an overall record of 16-9, one runner already in scoring position. Treadmar going to fire in his seventh pitch of the afternoon. Comes in, ball one. Treadmar receives the second call. He didn't like the first one, apparently. Looks back at second. Thinks about firing it over. Once again, Andrew Broutman, top of the batting rotation today for the Heat, over on second in scoring position. Treadmar's got to be careful not to allow any of these runs to come in here early. Pitch in and contact made between first and second. Goes all the way out to center field, and Broutman makes his way over to home. One run already on the board here early on at the top of the first. Stephen Courtney now going to be next up, number 21, right-handed hitter for the Wellington Heat, one out, top of the first. One runner on second. Pitch in. The slider up top. Ball one. Rebels did get the better of the Heat earlier on in the season. 1-0 pitch in and ball to the bottom. 2-0 count. June 6th, the Rebels defeated Wellington on the road by a score of 13-11. 3-0 count. It's been one runner on base on first for the Heat and make that 2 on base. Going to be a walk all the way over to first for Stephen Courtney. Next up, going to be Larson Lott. That means one more runner in scoring position. Only one out thus far in the top of the first Once again, that was a walk given up by Joe Treadmeyer. Aiden Rebels getting the start behind home plate at the catching spot. In relief for Ryan Ruggiero and Shenyan Zhang. That pitch and strike. Treadmeyer's next one, contact made out to right field. Clark going to try and get underneath it, and he brings it down. Second out of the top of the first, and White had a chance of getting the runner out at third, just a touch too slow. Clark's throw made it all the way over to third base, but just, once again, a little bit off the mark. Couldn't get there in time. 2 outs top of the first, runners on first and third for the Heat. Wellington up 1-0 early on over the Newton Rebels here in Klein Scott Field. 94 degrees currently outside. Not ideal weather, but hey, no clouds in sight. Treadmeyer, 15th pitch, and strike down the middle. Doesn't seem too tentative to kind of throw his pitches inside, kind of testing these Wellington hitters early. 0-1 count. 2 outs, top of the first. 0-1 pitch, and ball one. Runners on first and third. Contact made once again out to right field, and Clark going to have to run forward. Could not quite get underneath it, and one more runner heads in for the Heat, who now takes the 2-0 run advantage in the top of the first. Keegan Woods going to be next up, designated hitter for the Wellington Heat tonight. Once again, Joe Treadmeyer receives the start at the pitching spot. 2 outs, top of the first. The Heat already kind of piling it on here, going on an early run here in the top of the first. Pitch 1, strike. Chris Clark over in right field already kind of receiving some tests out there. Brought down a fly ball and could not quite get underneath the last one, as we just saw. 0-2 count. So first and third. 0-2 count. Down low. Ball 1-1-2. And once again, Adrian Holgate, thanks for joining us today from Klein Scottfield. Treadmeyer pitch outside. Robles keeps that out of harm's way. Catching spot, 2-2 count. Treadmeyer takes his time, sets up, throws the next one inside. Full count, 3-2. More ball would load up the bases here early on for the Heat. 2 outs, top of the first once again. Thank you to Arma Coatings of Wichita, Newton Rebels founder Carl Hodges and family, John Oldham Family, Conrad Insurance Group, and Patriot Roofing Services. Some of our many financial sponsors this season for the Newton Rebels. Bases loaded as Treadmeyer allows the runner to head all the way over to first. Keegan Woods, designated hitter, heads over to first to be more exact. Drake Davidson going to be next up. Number 7, right-handed hitter for the Wellington Heat. Let's get bases loaded. 2 outs, top of the first. Davidson, a junior at St. Andrews University out of Mocaine, Missouri. Pitch 1, up top, ball 1. Heat up 2-0. Bases loaded. Treadmeyer receives the signal from Robles. Winds up, fires it in up top. Exact same pitch as we just saw. 2-0 count. Can't get a place it right now. I feel like if you're Treadmeyer, one bad move I know could blow this game wide open and grow the Heat lead, but also you want to get out of the inning. Only give it up almost 2 runs. Ball up top, 3-0 count. Already 26 pitches this afternoon for him. Number 27 on the way, comes in straight down the middle. 3-1 count. 2 runners in scoring position. Currently for the Heat, Davison. Good to try and get him out. White brings that one in, fires it over to first where Drew Wardell hauls in the pass and gets the 3rd out of the top of the 1st. The Rebels hold on, only giving up 2 runs in the first half inning of play, but can they match that in the bottom of the 1st? We shall see. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes in Klein Scott Field. Welcome back, Klein Scott Field. My name is Adrian Holgeen. The Heat up 2 runs to none coming out of the top of the 1st, bottom of the 1st. Coming up here momentarily, Caleb Malloy going to be starting us down at the pitching spot, or at least on the mound for the Heat. Let's look at some more of our financial partners in 2024 for the Newton Rebels. Patriot Roofing Services, People's Bank and Trust, Platinum PDR Plus Paint, Roofing Services Unlimited, Shamrock Car Wash and Pouch Enterprises, Pate and Paw LLC, attorney at law, owners Chris Pate and Richard Paw, Mark Fox Logo Wigan Realtor, Big Brothers and Big Sisters of Harvey County, manager Rachel Bachman, and court-appointed special advocate group, manager being Leslie Wynn. Coming up first here, Cooper Addison in relief for Jody Lopez, who usually is kind of a standstill, at least, or that's the right word, at the top of the batting order for the Newton Rebels, but he's out with an injury today in this non-league matchup. Bottom of the 1st, pitch number 1 comes in outside, called strike. No one count on the season. Addison, a batting average of .371, strike 2. Oh, 2 pitch. Likely going to come outside. Indeed, just up top of the strike zone. 1-2 count. 42 Caleb Malloy on the mound. Throws in the 1-2 pitch. That one comes outside. 2-2. Bottom of the 1st, the Heat got the better of the Rebels in the top of the 1st here in Klein Scott Field. Put up 2 runs. Rebels trying to match. 2-2 pitch inside, and Addison gets contact from that one. Bounces off of, I believe, his right leg. Now Chris Clark going to come in from the right field spot. Brought down a few fly balls in the top of the 1st. Going to try to keep his luck going this afternoon. Clark, .235 average for the batter's box this season. Cooper Addison once again on first. The Newton Rebels got tested right there. See on top of himself. Stays over at first. Malloy kind of tested him a little bit. Addison is pretty shifty out there when he's on base. Going to steal a few. Ball 1. 1-0 count. Chris Clark, outfielder at a Southeastern Arkansas Community College. Sophomore out there. Big swing and a miss. I believe would have been a ball up high, but Clark tried to get a piece of it. Unsuccessful. 1-1 count. Malloy looking down. Gets the call. Clark showed a butt. Pulled back in time. 2-1 count. Clark staying disciplined. Second up in the batting lineup. Judy Lopez once again not in it due to injury tonight. Shortstop normally. Pitch comes inside. 3-1 count. Almost bounces off of Clark's right leg just as it did to Addison just a few minutes ago. Mallow's pitch. 3-1 pitch fired in and Clark swings at it. Didn't have much to lose there. Would have been a strike either way. 3-2 count. Malloy 3-2 count. Looked to be inside. Going to be called a strike. Clark doesn't look to agree. But nevertheless, Clark kind of had to lean back as well. Bit of a surprising call here, but lives to fight another day, I suppose. 1 out, bottom of the first. Titan Gable, outfielder for the Rebels. Third up in the lineup, takes his place. Addison gets tested over at first. Gets back in a hurry. Gable, no swing. Pitch inside. Ball 1-0 count. Once again, 1 out. Bottom of the first, Chris Clark got called for the strikeout. Union State Bank is one of our financial partners. Was the first Mark Fox local Wagon Realtor strikeout of the ball game, at least for the Wellington Heat. 1-1 count. One out, bottom of the first. Pitch comes in up top. No swing from Gable. Ball 2. Two-one count. Gable out of McPherson, Kansas. Let's get Cooper Addison over at first for the Rebels here in Klein Scott Field. That one called a strike as well. Looked to be inside and up top, I thought at first, but umpires better eyes than we do. 2-2 count. Malloy looking back, keeping his eye over at first. Addison takes off. Gable, foul ball. Addison can't take advantage. Would have likely been a clean steal. Got over the second in a hurry, but gonna have to make the long trek back. 2-2 count. Malloy fires in the next one. Gable contact out to center field. Gonna be a fly ball brought down by the defense of the Heat. 2 outs, bottom of the first. Jack Gardner going to be next up, outfielder for the Newton Rebels. Starting behind home plate for the Heat, Larson Lott, freshman out of Spring Hill, Florida, Allen County Community College. 2 outs now, bottom of the first after Titan Gable fired that one out into center field for the fly ball. Turned into the second out of the bottom of the first. Strike 1. Addison, the lone runner on base currently for the Rebels. The Heat up 2-0. Caleb Malloy, another pitch in. And ball 1-1 count. Jack Gardner in the box currently. Pitch in down low to turn the count into a 2-1. 2 outs once again. Malloy only 20 pitches in. Joe Treadmeyer had a long top of the first pitching for the Rebels, 28 total for him, which we just saw. Malloy once again testing Addison over at first. Picking over there almost constantly. There you have it right there. And Addison tries to steal his way over to second, and looks like he's going to stay. He was trying his absolute hardest, got the better of Malloy. We saw him test him a handful of times. Addison now showing still potentially over from second to third, 3-1 count. Three-one pitch in. The impromptu swing from Gardner. 3-2 count. Rebels looking for their 4th win of the season. They're falling short just a couple of days ago. Their home matchup against the Batcats, they lost 7-2. That was the second half of a doubleheader. We saw here in Klein Scott Field. Gardner, foul ball. Gonna stay alive. Union State Bank foul ball brings up to a full count, 3-2. 2 outs, bottom of the first. Gardner stares down. Malloy on the mound. Malloy looking back at second. Fires in the pitch. Gardner stays alive. Another foul ball. Straight back into the catch fence right behind him. Count going to stay 3-2. Once again, Jack Gardner up to bat at Hutchinson Community College. Jack Gardner, 1.85 batting average on the season. Going to receive the walk over to first. Runners are going to be on first and second. For the Newton Rebels, Cooper Addison in scoring position over at second. Stole his way from first to second on a previous called ball we saw. Lance White going to be next up from third base. Two outs, bottom of the first. Going to reset the count. Malloy pitch, number 26, and called strike. One-0 pitch coming up. Malloy receives the call from Lott. Oh, not looking over at first or second. Like almost received that pitch. Side of the head, nearly had to fall back to avoid contact. Malloy not too scared of throwing these pitches inside. Saw him make contact with Addison, which initially sent him over to first earlier on in the bottom of the first inning here in Klein Scott Field. White going to face a 0-1 count. Malloy now looking back over at second. Fires in the pitch. White going to be called for the pop fly in the infield. And third out, bottom of the first. The Rebels cannot quite get on board with the Heat leading 2-0. They'll have a chance to grow that lead here when we come back in Klein Scott Field. Stay with us. The Rebels trying to pick up their 4th win of the season. 2nd win at home. Welcome back to Klein Scott Field. The Wellington Heat leading the Newton Rebels here in Klein Scott Field after the first inning of play by a score of 2-0. Aiden Rebels getting a start at the catching spot. In relief for Zhenyan Zheng. Top of the second. Coming up once again, the Heat put up 2 runs in the top of the first. Ball 1. Joe Treadmeyer stays on the mound. Going to set his feet and fire in the 1-0 pitch. Called strike, 1-1. Taking a Faith in Life bookstore. Charlotte Insurance, Best Pest Control, Miller Insurance Agency Incorporated, American Family Insurance, Midway Motors, and Newton Lions Club. Foul ball. Count going to be 1-2. No outs. Top of the second. Rebels trying to get out of this half inning of play and get back on the offensive, try to eat into this 2-run lead. 2-run deficit, I should say. If you're the Rebels, strikeout. Indeed, sponsored by Mark Fox logo Wellingon Realtor. One of the first of the day for Treadmeyer, receiving a start on the mound tonight for the Newton Rebels. Out to bat, all the way back up, Andrew Brauman, who put the Heat on the board first, got the first run of the day, put up for him earlier on the previous inning. Treadmeyer fires it in up top. Rebels hauls it in. 1-0 count. 1-0 pitch. Fouled off the left side. Going to be 1-1. 1 out. Top of the second. And once again, a 1-1 count. 1 ball, 1 strike. Broutman. Top of the batting rotation. Already 1 run under his belt tonight. Strike 2, 1-2 count. Broutman out of Arkansas City, Kansas. Junior over at Southwestern College. 1-2 pitch. Top of the second. Called ball. Down low. 2-2 count. So the umpire going to pause play. Going to reestablish the home plate. Just dust it off. We want to get into these calls. Wrong, of course. 2-2 count. Broutman, no swing. Called ball, full count. Broutman, .233 batting average on the season. Both league and non-league games. And ball 4. Going to walk him over to first. Treadmeyer already got a strikeout under his belt this half of inning. Went to the first out of the top of the first, but now Brauman over at first. Kind of a weapon out there. We'll see if he tries to steal his way from first to second here in Klein Scott Field. Sammy Rosario, no swing, inside. Robles out of control pitch, and Broutman rounds his way all the way over to third. Robles could not quite bring that one in. At least find the foul ball, or found the out of control pitch. Big, potentially costly error for the Newton Rebels. And Rebels once again getting the start, possibly in relief for Ryan Ruggiero and Zhenyan Zheng, both injured coming into today's contest. Rebels, in addition to getting starts at the catching spot, also plays in the infield occasionally for the Newton Rebels. Pitch in, out to White over at third. Going to fire it over to Drew Wardell at first. And that one is on time. 2 outs. Top of the second. Once again, we saw Brownman make his way all the way over from first to third off of an out-of-control pitch from Joe Treadmeyer. Starting pitcher tonight for the Newton Rebels. Costly error, but we'll see if Treadmeyer can get his team out of this inning without giving up a single run. Pitch 1 and called strike. 0-1 count. No more to Pet. Up to bat. That pitch up top, and Robles going to get onto the out-of-control pitch before Brownman made his way home. Big stop for him. Can land for White out of the third base spot. Drew Wardell over at first. Treadmeyer fires in the 1-1 pitch down below. Robles having trouble keeping these pitches in. 2-1 count. Wellington comes into this game with a 16-9 overall record, trying to grow that to 17-9 with the win on the road this evening. Called ball up top, 3-1. 2 outs, top of the second. A 3-1 pitch, fired in, contact out to center field. The Rebels going to try to get underneath it, and they do. Third out, top of the second. The Rebels get out of this half inning without giving up a single run, even though Brownman stole his way over from first to third earlier on. 3 outs, top of the second, bottom of the second coming up here. The Rebels trying to get back into this ball game and cut into this 2-0 or 2-run lead held by the Heat here in Clyde Scott Field. Welcome back to Clyde Scott Field. The Heat leading the Rebels by 2 runs. Here in entering the bottom of the second, the Rebels didn't have much luck. Cooper Addison got on base in the bottom of the first, but not much came of it. As starting pitcher Caleb Malloy for the Heat put up 27 pitches. Once again, gave up no runs in the bottom of the second earlier on in Clyde Scott Field. My name is Adrian Holguin. Some host families this season for the Newton Rebels: Becky Day family, Carrie Boone and Chris White family, Heather and Michael Haskey family, Hope and Monty Graber family, Kelly and Matt Peoples family, Kim and Kevin Pouch family, Melissa and Dennis Wardell family, and Michelle and Brent Kaufman family. First pitch, second inning for Malloy, comes in, called strike to the outside. Bottom of the second. 0-1 count. Pitch comes in, big swing by Drew Wardell, and called strike. 0-2 count. Wardell brought in a handful of outs from that first base spot from third baseman Likey, who threw it over across the diamond to him. Next pitch heads inside. Good job by Wardell of not swinging at it. 1-2 count. No outs, bottom of the second. No runners on base just yet for the New Rebels. Waddell, big swing outside, and strike number 3, and 1 out in the bottom of the second. The strikeout sponsored by Mark Fox, your local Wellingon realtor. 1 out, bottom of the second. Up next, Aiden Robles. Pitch tonight for the Rebels, called strike. Umpire kind of loving calling these strikes to the outside. 0-1 count. A 1 pitch to the outside, out of control pitch. No runners on base for the Rebels. 1-1 count. One pitch comes in. Robles contact at the left field, or out to left field, and second out of the bottom of the second. Brings up number 49, Marcus Pollard. Was out for a portion of the season with an injury, but now he's been back in the last couple of games. 8th in the batting rotation, or batting lineup, whatever you want to call it, tonight for the New Rebels. 2 outs, bottom of the second here in Klein Scott Field. The Rebels trying to pick up their 4th win of the season. Pitch in, and Pollard has a step back. Once again, loving throwing those pitches inside. Usaki Cooper Addison on the first at-bat of the game for the Rebels get walked over to first. The pitch bounces off of his right leg. Pitch outside, ball 2. Two outs, bottom of the second. Mallard going to throw in the 2-0 pitch. Comes in inside, and it bounces off of Pollard. That time his left arm, and the umpire going to have a word with Mallard. Brief one.
Next number 17, Connor Chaso.
Connor Chaso. Next up, once again, Marcus Pollard got walked over to first after contact with the pitch. 2 outs, bottom of the second. Heat holding a 2-0 lead here in Klein Scott Field. Mallard pitch in. Chaso, hard contact out to right field, and the Heat get underneath it. In the outfield, 3 outs already. Bottom of the second, the Rebels cannot catch a break here early on. Top of the third coming up here in Klein Scott Field. The Rebels trying to get their 4th win of the season today against the Wellington Heat. Stay with us. Top of the third coming up. Welcome back, Klein Scott Field. Top of the third coming up here. The Heat leading the Rebels early on by a score of 2-0. Once again, entering the top of the third. Trademark fires in the pitch. Strike one. 0-1 count. Aiden Rebels getting the start behind home plate. Drew Wardell over at first. That's Wyke over at third. Pitch in, big swing. Stephen Courtney. Oh, 1 count. Umpire now having a word with Treadmeyer over at the plate. Trying to tell him to kind of keep in these wild pitches. I think Robles would be complaining. Correction, 0-2 count. Top of the third, no outs. Next pitch, inside, strikeout, 3 strikes. And you're out. Strikeout sponsored by Mark Fox, your local Wygen realtor. 1 out, top of the third. Up next, going to be Larson Lott for the Heat. Treadmeyer fires it in. And strike one. Treadmeyer really kind of getting creative, but keeping these pitches in the strike zone, constantly keeping the pressure on the batters for the Heat. Next pitch. Fired in. Called ball. 1-1 count. 1 out, top of the third. 45 minutes into this one. Aiden Robles keeps that ball. That pitch and went into the dirt. Out of harm's way. 2-1 count. Two-one pitch. Heads in. Fouled off to the right side. Going to be 2-2. Two count. 1 out. Top of the third. 2-2 pitch. Heads in and going to be called ball. Full count. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Three-two pitch gets fired in. Now going to be called 3-2. Must have got off track. Larson Lott, catcher, up to bat out of Spring Hill, Florida. And he's going to walk his way over to first after 4 balls gets fired in from Treadmeyer. 1 out, top of the third. Oscar Gallardo out of Wichita, Kansas. Coming next up, Shakira Catholic High School alum out of West Wichita. Over on Central Avenue. Pitch in up top. Called ball, 1-0. Treadmeyer already up to 55 pitches. 2.5 innings of play. Roughly in this. Next pitch in. Called ball up top again. 2-0 count. Pitch. Fired in. Down below, Rebels retrieves it. No runners advancing. 3-0 count. Treadmeyer, left-handed pitcher. Gets the first strike of the sequence. Out of Southwestern College, sophomore over there out of Leander, Texas. 3-1 pitch, and over to third baseman Lance Wyke who gets over to Drew Wardell, number 11, and then they together pick up the second out of the top of the third. Keegan Wood's going to be next up. Runner was able to advance over from first to second on that out over at first. Treadmeyer going to set up for pitch number 60. Pitch heads in. Swing by Woods. Off the mark. Strike one. Again, Woods 2.40 batting average on the season. No swing. Ball out of control pitch. Robles keeps him at. Keeps the runner over at second. Larson Watt. With a called strike. Keegan Woods, sophomore, out of Ecclesia College, Babette, Arkansas. But how I pronounced that one right? Strike. 1-2 count. State bank foul ball. We just saw 2 outs, top of the third. And that one called to the strike, and another strikeout brings an end to the top of the third. The Rebels keeping the pressure on the Heat when they're on the offensive, but still down 2-0 after a hot start for the Heat where they put up 2 runs in the top of the first. Coming up, bottom of the third, we'll see what the Rebels can do on the offensive end themselves here in Klein Scott Field. Stay with us. Middle of the third inning here at Klein Scott Field. The Heat leading the Rebels 2-0. Let's look at some of our in-kind supporters. My name is Adrian Holguin, Guerrilla Marketing Incorporated, Back Alley Pizza, manager Jason Palmer, BuyLocalPlus.com magazine, owner being Bob Burke, Newton Recreational Commission, YMCA Newton branch, and the Greater Wichita YMCA. In Summer Days Festival, the Heat put up 2 runs in the top of the first. Coming into this game, record of 16-9. This is a non-kind of league matchup, non-conference matchup, whatever you kind of want to refer it as. The Rebels, without Jerry Lopez in this one, starting shortstop. Cooper Addison going to be stepping up. He's in his place, top of the batting order this evening, number 15. Yeah, walked over to first earlier on in the ballgame in his first at-bat. But out of control, Malloy pitch went way inside. Bottom of the third, pitch comes in, and once again inside. Addison is to lean back. 1-0 count. One-0 pitch. Heads in and called strike. 1-1 count. 1-1 pitch heads in up top. The Rebels did get the better of the Heat when playing on the road over in Wellington roughly a month ago. 2-1 count. If I'm not mistaken, swing. Make that 2-2. No out still. Bottom of the third. Cooper Addison up to bat. Two pitch. Comes in inside. Raises the leg. Left leg of Cooper Addison. 3-2 count. And Malloy pitch number 43 comes in, and once again Addison gets contact from the pitch and gets walked over to first. Umpire gets Malloy over the ball. And Chris Clark can have his second at-bat of the evening playing right field tonight for the New Rebels. Chris Clark coming to Kansas by way of Louisiana. Addison tested over at first. Gets back in time. Count at 0. Bottom of the third, no outs. Cooper Addison over at first. Only picks number 65 in, and Addison trying to steal his way over to second. And couldn't quite make it over there in time. Results in the first out of the bottom of the third. Another missed opportunity potentially for the Newton Rebels. Hinsley coaching them up. One count. 2-0 lead held by the Heat here in the bottom of the third. Let's get one out. Count at 1. Malloy pitch number 47 in. No swing from Clark. 2-1 count. Clark returning to the line after some time off himself. Turned the doubleheader a few days ago. Batcats got the better of the Newton Rebels. And that time he gets walked over to first, just like Addison did before him. One out. Bottom of the third. Titan Gable. He'll be next up, outfielder for the Rebels. Alex sends it in, and Clark now going to try his best to make his way over to second. And he gets called out, I believe, as well, in pursuit of the stolen base. 2 outs, bottom of the third. The Rebels desperate to get some runners in scoring position. Unsuccessful on the Addison stolen base attempt and also the Clark stolen base attempt. One-0 count. Malloy sends it into Gable. Foul ball, right side, strike 1. One pitch in, and Gable contacts out to left field. And an error out in the outfield. Gable got around the bases to make his way over to second. A quick double puts him in scoring position for the Heat. They finally bring it in. Get the ball in a stationary location. 2 outs in the bottom of the third. Two outs, Jack Gardner. Gonna step up Not before there's a meeting over at the mound for the Wellington Heat. That's what they're talking about here. The Heat hold a 2-0 lead here at Classic Outfield in the bottom of the third. Trying to deal with the Rebels in this out-of-league matchup. Midway portion of the season. The Heat trying to end the first half of their season with a win. After this one, they'll get ready for the All-Star game here in a couple of days. Caleb Malloy already threw in 52 pitches so far. Setting up for 53 here in a matter of seconds. Two outs, bottom of the third. Runner at second. Pitch in, called strike. 0-1 count. Jack Gardner now faces. Yep, 2 outs. 0-1 count. Malloy receives the signal from Lott. Fires in the pitch, and Lott keeps it out of harm's way. Once again, pitch coming inside. Very close to Gardner getting some contact. 1-1. Looks back at Cable over at second. Not going to test him, though, and contact. What's getting made on the pitch? Gardner draws the contact, going to get walked over to first. Runner's going to be on first and second. Next up is going to be third baseman Lance Wyke. Lance Wyke had some success on the defensive side. Getting a handful of outs over to first baseman Drew Wardell. Some long across the infield throws. So again, runners on first and second. Gardner got walked over to first after contact was made with him. 2 outs. Bottom of the third. 1 runner in scoring position for the Rebels. We're trying to cut into a 3-0 or a 2-0 deficit held by Wellington. Pitch in, called ball to the outside and down low. 1-0 count. Malloy already up to 56 pitches. Not sure how much the coaching staff necessarily wants him to pitch. And that foul ball from Wyke out to the right side gets hauled in by the outfield of Wellington, bringing an end to the bottom of the third. Another heartbreaker for the Rebels as they try to kind of get back into this ball game here in Clarence Scott Field, trying to pick up their 4th win of the season. We'll be back top of the 4th coming up here in Clarence Scott Field. The Rebels going to try and get a quick 3 outs and get back on the offensive. Drake Davidson approaches the plate, up to bat now for the Heat, who are trying to grow their 2-run lead, currently held over the Rebels here at Klein Scott Field. 8:03 p.m., roughly 90 degrees, no clouds in sight. It is Newton Baseball Club Night, sponsored by Arma Coatings of Wichita, here at Centennial Park. Strike one. Treadmar still in on the mound. Pitch number 66 just got fired in. 0-1 pitch. And a quick swing. And a miss from Davidson. 0-2 count. No outs. Still top of the fourth. Still getting underway. Pitch up top. Robles brings it down. 1-2 count. One-two pitch coming up here. That one in down low, if I'm not mistaken. 2-2 count. 2-2 pitch. Fired in. Top of the fourth, no outs. And a swing and a miss. And another strikeout for Treadmire. Sponsored by Mark Fox, your local Wellingon realtor. Next up, step up. Ping Chow. Ninth. The batting lineup for the Wellingon. Top of the fourth once again. One out after that previous strikeout. Pitch in, Robles takes in the pitch up high. 1-0. Kind of don't know what the pitch is outside, kind of favoring that spot, or honestly right down the middle. He's not really been too cautious in testing these batters here early. Two-0 count. Foul ball, or no, it's going to stay in play. And beautiful play that time in the infield by the Newton Rebels. Jack Garner got on that one, playing second base this afternoon. He had to almost die for that one, lean back at least. 2 outs, top of the fourth. Back up on top of the lineup we go for the Wellington Heat. Andrew Troutman steps up, picks number 72 in from Treadmire. Strike one. Treadmire in and up top. No move for the umpire. Going to be a ball, 1-1. Contact made out to Clark in right field, and he gets underneath it. Quick 3 outs indeed for the Newton Rebels. They're going to be coming back on the offensive when we come back here in the bottom of the fourth. This game flying by here at Klein Scott Field. My name is Adrian Hovian, and stay with us. More action coming up. Quick sub in for the Heat on the mound. Brendan Lehman coming in here. His first piece of action tonight coming up against Drew Wardell. Pitch one in and called strike. Down the middle. Bottom of the fourth. The Rebels down 2-0. Trying to cut into this deficit. 0-1 pitch in, and Wardell pops it up in the air. He can try to get underneath it. Couldn't quite do so. Missed chance. Going to be called a foul. Just barely. Drew Wardell laughing as he makes his way back over to home plate. Thought he would get an easy first base right there. He's advanced to first base, but not quite. The ball just bounces outside of the foul line. Pitch in. Ball up top. Going to be a 1-2 count. Here in the bottom of the fourth. Heat up 2-0. Haven't scored to the top of the first. Game been stuck at 2-run lead for the Heat ever since then. 2-2 count. And with pitch number 5. And down low, full count now, 3-2. Lehman at a Topeka. Coincidentally, walks Drew Wardell after the out-of-control pitch. Quick break now. Aiden Robles, catcher for the Rebels, going to take his place in the box. Marcus Pollard going to be on deck. Once again, the Rebels kind of thin a little bit at the catching spot. Rebels getting the start today. Pitch in, no swing. Called ball. 1-0 count. Even a sophomore, out of Bryant and Stratton College. Interesting. Contact from Robles. Falls on the ground. And he will advance over to first. Runner is going to be stuck at first and second with Marcus Pollard.
39, Marcus Pollard.
Stepping up. No outs here in the bottom of the fourth. One runner in scoring position now. That winner, I believe, to be Drew Wardell. If I'm not mistaken, yes, it is. See if Lehman kind of looks to test these runners at first and second, or if he stays put and fires in some pitches. And that time, Lehman throwing the pitch far inside. Marcus Poe having to lean back pretty heavily to avoid contact. I've seen that a handful of times. These Heat pitchers really testing the tenacity of the batters for the Rebels. 0-0 count. 0-1. I believe it was a ball inside, if I'm not mistaken. Thought it was. Well, maybe I'm wrong. 0-1 count, no outs. Bottom of the fourth. Lehman fires it in. Pollard showed a bunt. We're back in time. Going to be a 1-1 count. count. Heat leading 2-0. 2 runs to none here in Klein's Scott Field. Pollard once again showing bunt. First baseman heading up. Pollard going to try and race him over to first. And going to be staying alive here as the throw didn't quite get over there in time. Drew Wardell gets home, and also does Aiden Robles. And Marcus Pollard all the way over to third on that big-time error in the infield.
Batting number 17, Hunter Jason.
For the Heat, this game now tied up 2 runs apiece. A big-time piece of play right there in the bottom of the 4th for the Newton Rebels. Still showing some signs of life, trying to pick up their 4th win of the season. Next up to bat now at the bottom of the batting lineup, Connor Chaso. Once again, Marcus Pollard in scoring position at third. Pitch in, called strike. No outs. Still bottom of the 4th. 3 hits for the Rebels. 3 hits for the Heat as well. Pitch in, Chaso, big swing and a miss. And not exactly, of course, what he wanted to see right there, but fight another day, 0-2 count. Foul ball. Count going to stay 0-2. Lehman. 14 pitches in. Cooper Addison going to be next up to bat. Eventually for the Rebels. Chaso, no swing. Pitch comes inside, 1-2 count. The Rebels successfully eating into this Heat lead that stood at 2 runs to none, entering the bottom of the 4th. Chaso, swing to the outside, out to the shortstop, but Chaso can't quite make it home. Marcus Pollard was able to make it home. 1 out. Now give the lead to the Rebels here in the bottom of the 4th. They now lead 3-2 after a big-time run here in the bottom of the 4th. Once again, 3 runs put up already. Cooper Addison up to bat. Marcus Pollard gets right in the run. Addison swing outside. 1 out, bottom of the 4th. Oh, 1 pitch. Fired in up top. Ball also up top. Lehman kind of lost his footing on that one, interesting enough. 1-1 count. Double up 3-2. Bottom of the 4th. Pitch comes in. Called strike. Going to be a 1-2 count. Going to resets himself. 8:18 p.m. here in Newton, Kansas. 90 degrees Fahrenheit. 2-2 count. Two pitch comes in inside. Going to be a full count now. 3-2. Lehman desperately trying to get out of this half inning. They allowed 3 runs to the Rebels and gave them the lead. 2 of those runs came after an infield error. Trying to get the ball over to first off of the bunt that we saw earlier. It's going to be a strikeout. Cooper Addison heading back to where he was previously. 2 outs now. Bottom of the 4th, Chris Clark going to step up, right fielder to the New Rebels. Clark receives the opening pitch. 1-0. Rebels going to have to kind of keep that composure now, putting up those 3 runs In the bottom of the fourth, another deep inside pitch sent in by the Heat. Chris Clark avoided it. Well, luckily for him. 2-0 is the count. 2-0 pitch. Headed in, and Clark contact out second base. And Clark can't quite make it over to first in time. 3 outs, bottom of the fourth, but the Rebels take the lead here in Clarence Scott Field, leading 3 runs to 2. Entering this upcoming top of the fifth. Stay with us. More action coming up.
All right, fans.
Welcome back to Clarence Scott Field. The Rebels turning this game around in their favor, reversing the quote-unquote momentum of the ball game, now leading 3-2, putting up 3 runs in the bottom of the fourth, just a matter of minutes ago. Treadmeyer pitch in, pitch number 75, called strike, 0-1 count. Top of the fifth, no outs. Next one in, and a big swing from Rosario. Goes nowhere, 0-2 count. Treadmeyer only gave up 2 runs once again in the top of the first. No runs since. 0-2 pitch, heads in, ball up top. 1-2. Rosario receives the next one, and Treadmeyer gets that one over from the mound, and his throw intended for Wardell, a little bit off the mark, and another unforced error from the Rebels. Could have been easy out number 1 at the top of the fifth. Instead, runner now over at first, Rosario. And we're to Pet. Going to try and take advantage with runner on first. No outs, top of the fifth. Rebels still leading 3-2, but they cannot get complacent. Treadmeyer pitch in, called ball. The bottom left side. Going to be a 1-0 count. 1-0 pitch in, and a line drive into center field. Brought in. Chase playing shortstop tonight in relief for Judy Lopez. Stops the runners in the tracks. Going to be at first and second, 1 runner in scoring position. Treadmeyer going to reset now after the last sequence of events. Not before, though. There's a meeting over at the plate. Probably gets a reset once again. The Rebels leading the Heat by a total of 3 runs to 2. In the top of the fifth, runner's going to be on first and second at the conclusion of this break. Treadmeyer now getting kind of an earful from the coaching staff. Could have been an easy out. Could have just been one runner on first instead of runners on first and second. No doubt going to want to have that one back. Looks like Colin Parks out there on the mound, coaching up his guy. But right now the umpire going to tell him to break it up and get reset. Rebels once again getting the start at the catching spot. Plays catcher and also in the infield occasionally in relief for tonight for Ryan Ruggiero and Zhang. Other catchers for the New Rebels. And the umpire puts them in motion. No outs, top of the fifth. Runners on first and second. Swing and a miss. Start him out. 0-1 count. See Courtney. Up to bat. 0-1 pitch. Heads in. Contact made out to Clark in right field. Clark gets underneath it, but now has to fire it back over with runners advancing. Runners going to be at first and third with one out in the top of the fifth.
Number Orson Watson.
So runners on first and third. Going to reset the count. No outs. Larson Lott catcher for the Heat next up. Fifth in the lineup. First pitch and ball to the ground. 1-0 count. Pitch, heads in, big swing by Lott. 1-1 count now. One out. Once again, top of the fifth. The Rebels leading the Heat by a score of 3-2. 5 runs have been scored in total. 1-1 pitch in and ball down low. Going to be making it 2-1. Once again, 90 degrees here. Centennial Park, Newton, Kansas. Thank you for joining us once again. Treadmeyer pitch in. On ball. Had to get the opinion of the second umpire out there. 3-1 count. One more ball would load up the bases for the Heat, and that's what's gonna happen. Only one out here in the top of the fifth. Not what Treadmeyer wanted to see. Base is going to be loaded behind it with only one out, top of the fifth.
Oscar Gallardo.
Now Oscar Gallardo out of Wichita, Kansas. Bishop Carroll Catholic High School alum over on Central Ave in Wichita, Kansas. First pitch heads in, ball up top. Aiden Rebels brings it down. 1-0 count. Top of the fifth, one out. 1-0 pitch. Going to be heading in, foul ball to the right side, 1-1 count. Only two runs given up in the top of the first. The Treadmeyer, but pretty consistent after that. 89 pitches for him so far. Number 90 in and contact made and a big time catch. Big time catch over at second base. Jeez Louise. Then out of control throw over to first. Play stopping.
Now that number 32, Keegan Woods.
Keegan Woods going to be next up. We saw the Heat bring in a run on that one. It's going to be a 3-3 ball game. 2 outs, top of the fifth. Runners on second and third, both in scoring positions. No swing. Ball 1. Keegan Woods, once again, designated hitter up to bat. for the Heat. 1-0 count, 2 outs. Treadmeyer. Pitch number 92 coming up. Heat heads up. Robles brings in the pitch. Called ball, 2-0 count. Shots pitch in. Called strike. 2-1 count. Treadmeyer. Pitch went up and down. 2-2 count. Treadmeyer another chance at it. Down low. Robles brings in the out of control pitch. Runners going to stay at second and third. Full count now. 3-2. So 2 outs. Could have been 3 outs if communication would have been there in second and first earlier on in the half inning. Now game tied up 3 runs apiece as Treadmeyer gets another Mark Fox. Weigen, the realtor. Top of the 5th. Coming to a close with another strikeout once again. Bottom of the 5th coming up here. How will the Rebels look to respond after a half inning where they gave up their first run since the top of the first? We shall see here in Klein Scott Field. Stay with us. The Heat tie this game up in the top of the 5th here at Klein Scott Field. The Rebels have a chance to respond here in the bottom of the 5th. Titan Gable steps up first. Pitch in, no swing. Ball 1. Next pitch in, and Gable hard contact out to center field. And the Heat bring it down for the first out of the bottom of the 5th. Hard swing, but even harder walk back to the dugout for Gable. Gardner going to be next up. Bottom of the 5th, so 1 out. Rebels tied up with the Heat, 3 runs apiece. It's like some of our meal makers for the Newton Rebels. First pitch comes in, ball 1. Pathways Care Women's Care Group and Becky Day, First Baptist Church, Newton First United Methodist Church, The Table, Hope Graber, Plum on the Go, Kim Pouch, and American Legion Auxiliary. Next pitch. Going to bring the count to 1. 1-1 is the count. 1 out, bottom of the 5th. Pitch in, contact from Gardner out to left field. And it's going to be out of the park. Jack Gardner gets the home run on the board. Going to round the bases and put the Rebels up 4-3 here in the bottom of the 5th. Big time hit and a big time play from Gardner. Only playing in the outfield for the Rebels. And tonight he's hitting him out of the park.
Now that is number 27, Lance White.
4-3 lead for the Rebels after the big home run to start us off here in the bottom of the 5th. 1 out. Lance White going to be next up from third base. White takes the pitch, which goes inside to the top. Ball 1. Top of the 5th, saw the Heat put up 1 run, and now the Rebels match it with a run of their own. Called strike. 1-1 count. 1 out, bottom of the 5th. Next one, White, no swing, but called a strike. 1-2 count. Thank you once again to our in-kind supporters, Guerrilla Marketing Incorporated, Back Alley Pizza, BuyLocalPlus.com Magazine, Newton Recreational Commission, YMCA Newton Branch, and the Greater Wichita YMCA, and Summer Days Festival. Count going to stay 1-2. Bottom of the 5th. Lehman sets up, fires it in, no swing, and a ball to the outside. Going to bring the count over to 2 here in the bottom of the 5th. Now an hour 30 into this affair. Midway through the bottom of the 5th here in Clarence Scott Field. Hot one now north of maybe 85 degrees. Ball to the low side. 3-2 count, full count. Three-two deciding pitch. Going to be fired in. Lance White fouls it off. Keep himself alive. Once again, count full. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out, bottom of the 5th. Once again, sends it in, and White contact out between center and left field. And he's going to head over past first and then over to second, where he will slide in and stay. The Rebels have all the momentum, it seems like, here in the bottom of the 5th. Drew Wardell, I'm going to set up first baseman for the Rebels. Rebels come into this game with 3 wins on the season. Their second win of the season over Wellington would grow their, of course, win total to 4. And Wellington trying to avoid their 10th loss of the season. Pitch in and contact made on Wardell. Runner's going to be on first and second now, with the Rebels holding all the momentum.
Now that is
Number 10, Aiden Rebels not going to be stepping up, 1 runner in scoring position for the Newton Rebels here in the bottom of the 5th. Only 1 out, so Rebels kind of has nothing to lose here, but obviously kind of want to stay composed, don't want to do anything too obnoxious or egregious and cost your team an out. Rebels from behind the plate, only allowing 3 runs so far in the contest when he's playing catcher for Treadmeyer. Going to try to put some runs up on the board on the offensive side. Swing and a miss, strike 1. Rebels once again up 4-3. Already put in 1 run earlier on in this half inning. I put up 3 in the bottom of the 4th, and Robles got hit, contact, I believe to his elbow if I'm not mistaken. If I saw it correctly. Bases are going to be loaded. Rebels taking his time, gets over to first. Bases once again loaded. The Rebels trying to put the Heat away.
Now that is number 49, Marcus Pollard.
And get another win in the win column with one out in the bottom of the fifth. Bases loaded. Marcus Pollard, eighth in the batting rotation, stepping up, and a meeting going to go down on the mound. We see the last handful of innings. Brandon Lehman on the mound for the Heat out of Bryant Stratton College. Stop right there, and we might have seen the last of him with a handful of runs coming in here in the last two innings. And now bases loaded for the Rebels. We'll be back. It's a matter of seconds. We might be staying here. Actually, no change going to be happening. Kind of surprising. Then we're going to be staying here. Wyke. We're at third. Lance Wyke. Drew Wardell over at second. Aiden Robles just got walked over to first. Marcus Pollard up to bat. 0-0 count. One out. Bottom of the fifth. Pitch comes in. No swing. Going to be a ball. 1-0 count. Pollard trying to stay composed once again. Big number 49. 42nd pitch coming up of the evening for Lehman. Fires it in, and Pollard gets contact out to third. Double play opportunity. Not going to be converted, and Pollard gets over to first, but one runner makes his way over there. Lance Wyke. Lance Wyke advances the Rebels lead up to 5-3. Here in the bottom of the fifth, now 2 outs. Runner's going to be on second and third. Connor Chaso stepping up now, bottom of the batting lineup tonight for the Newton Rebels. Lehman remains in. Pitch comes in low, ball one. Once again, 2 outs. Chaso doesn't want to be the third one. Of course. 2 runners in scoring position. Next pitch, fired in, ball 2, 2-0 count. Lehman could be facing some proverbial butterflies over there on the mound. Giving up 5 runs already in his campaign. That one comes in outside. Ball 3, one more ball but send. Over to first, then Addison, one of the more consistent hitters of the season for the Rebels, will be up next. And ball number 4 going to load up the bases now for the Rebels. Cooper Addison going to step up now, top of the batting rotation for the 3-17 Newton Rebels. Chris Clark going to then be on deck, and another meeting going to take place over at the mound for the Heat. Lehman can't be pretty happy with himself for giving up once again 5 runs. Giving up 46 pitches. Indeed, 46 pitches and gets a few innings. See if a change indeed goes down. And he's indeed leaving, and a new pitcher making his way out of the bullpen. He's going to warm up. We're going to take a break. We'll be back in a few minutes here in Clarence Scott Field. Welcome back, Client Scott Field. Bottom of the fifth, 2 outs. Cooper Addison up to bat with bases loaded. The Rebels looking for their second home win of 2024 and trying to grow their overall season record to 4-17. Pitching change indeed made Cody Brown, left-handed pitcher to Wichita, Kansas, in, and that one a dimer inside, ball 1. Brown going to be next up. Taking his time looking over at first. More of kind of a unique throwing motion, I feel like. 1-1 count. 2 outs. Bottom of the fifth, Addison trying to grow this lead. Cody Brown sends in the next one to the outside. Second ball, 2-1 count. And we stayed fighting. They were down heading into the bottom of the fourth, 2-0. Now since then they put up 5 runs and allowed 1 in the top of the fifth. Brown pitch in to the outside, 3-1 count. 2 outs in the bottom of the fifth. Addison, 3.71 batting average on the season. No swing and a walk. Ball number 4 going to grow the lead for the Newton Rebels up to 6-3. 6-3 lead for the Rebels here in Klein Scott Field after the previous walk. Chris Clark, outfielder for the Rebels, going to take his place in the lineup. 2 outs, still bottom of the fifth. Clark, no swing, holds back at it, but called strike. 0-1 count. Chris Clark, number 12, out of Louisiana. Sees the 0-1 pitch, big swing and a miss. Going to be an 0-2 count. It's Newton Baseball Club night, sponsored by Arma Coatings of Wichita, here in Centennial Park. 0-2 pitch from Brown, fired in, and Clark makes contact between right on top of second base. Runners rounding the bases. 1 comes home, 2 comes home, and the third one stays over at third, and Clark going to be over at first. A double RBI single from Clark grows the Rebels lead up to 8-3 here in the bottom of the fifth, 2 outs. 5 runs now put up here in the bottom of the fifth. Titan Gable going to be next up. Once again, runners at third and first. Chris Clark has put in a double RBI single. Titan Gable not going to swing at it, as that one was striked. Ooh. And Chris Clark stays at second. Runners down on first and second. 2 in scoring position now for the Rebels. Titan Gable up to bat. Pitch in, no swing. Down low. 1-2 count. Or 1-1 count. Excuse me. Bottom of the fifth, 2 outs. Titan Gable out of Pratt College. Receives the 1-1 pitch. No swing outside. Taking some of our financial partners for the Newton Rebels Roofing Services Unlimited, Shamrock Car Wash and Pouch Enterprises, Mark Fox Local Wygan Realtor, Big Brother and Big Sisters of Harvey County, point special advocate group. And Union State Bank. Next pitch in, swing from Gable. 2-2 count. Chris Clark over on second. Solos away from first to second. We just saw. And Cooper Addison over at third. And that's going to be a strike. Going to be a strikeout to bring an end to the bottom of the fifth. The Rebels leading 8-3, heading in to the top of the sixth. Still in anybody's ball game. The Heat have shown they can come back from some big deficits with their 16-9 overall record on the season. The Rebels trying to pick up their fourth win of the 2024 campaign. Stay with us here in Klein Scott Field. The Rebels put up 5 runs in the bottom of the fifth to put themselves up 8-3 over the Heat, entering the top of the sixth. A quick change in at the mound. Coming in for Joe Treadmeyer, put up 96 pitches of his own, is Brendan Byer. Byer pitch number 1 in and strike right down the middle. The line drive, 0-1 count. No outs, top of the sixth. Byer, next pitch, down low. Similar velocity, just different trajectory, 1-1 count. Next one, up top, Robles. Getting the start for the first time in the while behind home plate in relief for both Zhang and Ryan Ruggiero, 2-1 count. Next one, up top. Once again, similar location, just slightly different trajectory on the last 2 pitches. Just a bit out, 2-1 count. Next one, just a bit outside, inside. Outside, said strike zone, 3-1 count. And it's going to be a ball 4, actually. Miscommunication for the press box. Can't get it all right, I suppose. Walk over to first. Drake Davidson once again gets on base for the Heat. Next up, Ping Chow. Number 9, ninth in the batting rotation. Top of the sixth, no outs. Brendan Byer once again coming in for Joe Treadmeyer. Put up 96 pitches throughout the first 5 innings of play. Ball 1. A minute 56 into the contest. Or an hour 56 into the contest. Big difference there. Strike me. 1-1 count. Rebels up 8-3. Trying to get the 4th win of the season. Bayer. And Rebels loses contact with the ball, or at least possession of the ball. He gets it back there. Kind of a nifty move. 2-1 count. Bayer sets up. Fires the next one in there. Down low. Runner going to stay. 3-1. And 3-1 pitch comes in and a walk over to first. Chad going to head over there. Runner's going to be on first and second now for the Heat here in the top of the 6th. And a meeting over at the mound. Brendan Bayer once again up, taking the place of Joe Treadmeyer, who started the game on the mound for the Rebels. Some more financial partners for the Newton Rebels. Union State Bank, Faith and Life Bookstore, Charleston Insurance, Best Pest Control, Miller Insurance Agency Incorporated, American Family Insurance, Midway Motors, and Newton Lions Club. President being Alex Vermillion. Host families, Becky Day family, Carrie Bood and Chris White family, Heather and Michael Haskew family, Hope and Monty Graber family, Kelly and Matt Peoples family, Kim and Kevin Pouch family, Melissa and Dennis Wardell family, and Michelle and Brent Coffin family. 0-0 count. 1 runner in scoring position for the Heat. Runners on first and second. Bayer looks back at second, fires in the pitch. Foul ball to the right side, going to be out of play. Strike 1. Andrew Brown put the Heat on the board early in the top of the first. Take a timeout after that one. I believe 0-2 count. I believe a strike. Yes, he did. Foul ball. 0-2 count. Top of the 6th. Bayer looks back at second. Fires in the pitch up top. It'll be a 1-2 count. No outs, top of the 6th. One-two pitch, hits straight into the back of Broutman, who is now going to make his way over to first. Bases loaded. Now for the Heat, with the Rebels leading 8-3. No outs, top of the 6th. Welcome back, Klein Scott Field. The Heat have the Rebels kind of on their heels a little bit, with the Rebels leading 8-3 in the top of the 6th. Bases loaded, pitching change. Brendan Byer heading out for the Newton Rebels. Pitch in, called strike, 0-1 count. Let's get top of the 6th, no outs. Pitching change being made. Gannon Dow. Pitch number 2, 1-1 count. Dow, pitch number 3. Gonna stay in play. One runner heading home. Another runner heading home, and a pair more going to stay over at second and third. Some big time plays made for the Heat when they desperately needed it. Cut the lead down 8-5. Not the way Dow wanted to start out his evening. From the mound, runners on second and third. A pair just once again came in. No out, still top of the 6th. 0-0 count. No mark to Pet. And swing and foul. Strike 1. Dow picks number 5. Coming in here. Outside. Rapid fire now. Pitch number 6. Fouled off once again. 1-2 count. Going to try and get the first out on the board here in the top of the 6th. He kind of keeping themselves alive here. Kind of putting on a masterclass so far here in the top of the 6th. 1-2 pitch in, and White cannot quite take it in from third. One runner heading home, and another pair of runners make their way back out on the base, first and third. Gets themselves out there. He brings the runner home. He stays over at first. Dow sits his position. Up on the mound, Rebels up 8-6 over the Heat. Top of the 6th, still no outs. Stephen Courtney. Up. Dow pitch in. Call strike. 0-1 count. Top of the 6th. So 3 runs given up here in the top of the 6th by the defense of the Rebels. They came in with an 8-3 lead, and now the Heat cut it down to 8-6. Strike 2. Oh, 0-2 pitch. Comes in from Dow. Contact, foul ball. Going to stay 0-2. Foul off the left side. White tried to get to it from the third baseman spot. Step too slow. Rebels leading 8-6. The Heat came into this game over a record of 16-9. Dow in, foul ball right side. Keep it 0-2. Number 21, Courtney. Still at bat. This pitching, batting battle, if you will. Ball one. 1-2 counts. Pitch inside. And a swing. Count going to stay 1-2. Dow pitch comes in down low. Going to be 2-2. Can't afford to allow another walk. Ken Dow would load up the bases here in the top of the sixth. Still no outs. This half inning, Robles ball up top. Ball was fired in there. Next one, contact made out to center field. Robles going to try and bring it down and the bounce off the far wall. One runner heading home. And the runner's also going to stay over at second and third. Tough start to the game for Dow. At least this came into the ball game. 4 runs put up, 5 runs, no 4, excuse me, put up in the top of the sixth. He kept the lead down to 8-7. The Rebels came into this half inning up 8-3. A brief timeout in play. Action resumes. Again, the Heat cutting into this lead big time. Now trailing 8-7. No outs still. Top of the sixth. Strike one. Actually, a lot from the catching spot for the Heat off the bat. 0-1 pitch inside, ball one, 1-1 count. A lot of freshmen out of Allen County Community College. Receives the 1-1 pitch. Gonna go to 1-2. Down with nothing more than a why get a realtor strikeout. Foul ball. Count going to stay 1-2. The Rebels seem to kind of have trouble kind of closing out these ball games at times, kind of getting out of innings. 1-2 pitch comes in and out to Wyke, who was not going to go for the out at first. Instead, they're going to be trying to catch the runner between home and third. And they get one. Indeed. A lot of the matrix right there, if that's the right word. Runner's going to be on second and third. Nevertheless, honestly, I mean, maybe go for the out at first if you're Wyke, but would have stopped the runners from advancing. But nevertheless, 1 out, top of the sixth, runner still on second and third. Dow picks number 22 in, and he's going to get the runner out at first. A quick 2 outs. Dow over 2. Once again, number 11, Drew Wardell. 2 outs now, top of the sixth. Rebels leading 8-7. Benson 25 not coming into the ball game. First at bat of the evening for him. Getting down 23 pitches since he entered the ball game less than an inning ago. Number 24 in and a foul, strike one. Top of the sixth, 2 outs. Rebels leading 8-7, 2 runners in scoring position for the Heat. Owen pitch in. Called strike. Oh, 2. Down out to 24 pitches total. 25th and in contact out to center field. The Rebels going to try to get underneath it. And they're able to. 3 outs. Top of the 6th. The Heat put up 4 total runs in the top of the 6th. See if the Rebels can match it and keep this game from slipping through their fingers here at home in Klein Scott Field. We'll be back in just a matter of minutes. Stay with us. Jack Garner, outfielder for the Rebels, takes his spot in the batter's box. Oh. Correction. No, Jack Garner. 4th in the rotation, going to receive the Brown pitch. Cody Brown, pitch number 15, in and ball to the outside, ball 1. Bottom of the 6th. The Heat kind of on a bit of a run here. 4 runs top of the 4th. Top of the 6th. Foul ball. Backside. 1-1 count. Jack Gardner batting average of 185 on the season. 1-1 pitch incoming. No outs still, and Gardner contact, but great play in the infield by the Heat. 1 out. Jack Gardner gets caught at first. Lance White now next up, third baseman for the Rebels. Once again, still bottom of the sixth. Anything can happen. The Rebels at one point were up by a score of 8-3, entering the top of the sixth. But they gave up 4 runs on the defensive side. Bottom of the sixth, 2 outs, or 1 out. Jeez Louise. Like, no swing, strike 1. Drew Wardell going to be next up to bat after White. Pitch number 19 in, and a fly ball out to center. And a beautiful play. Holy smokes. He gets put on a show. Somehow diving to grab that ball. Was the infielder for the Heat. Shortstop. Almost had to lean back for that with 2 outs. Bottom of the sixth. Heat making it very hard on the Rebels now. Smelling blood in the proverbial water of Clint Scofield. Jordan, first baseman, up to bat, receives the pitch. No swing. No call, ball 1. Now 2 hours and 19 minutes into this contest. Kind of locked in at a 2-0 ball game with the Heat being up for the first 3.5 innings. Things kind of started breaking loose here. Last 4 half innings. Seen a run come home, at least 1 for either side. Pitch in, no swing, and no call, ball 3. 2 outs already, bottom of the sixth. Cody Brown, another one. Heads in and down the middle. Strike 1, 3-1 count. Brown going to want to get Wardell out right here to put it into the bottom of the sixth. Send his team back into the batter's box. And next one in and down low. Going to walk Wardell over to first. Just like that, Aiden Robles is going to make his way back out. After that 4-1 walk, sent Wardell over to first. After way up and down the lineup once again, 7th is Robles for the Rebels. Brown next one in and inside, ball 1. Thanks to our host families for the Rebels this season: Becky Day family, Carrie Bood and Chris White family, Heather and Michael Haskew family, Hope and Monty Graver family. Next pitch in and contact to Robles. Going to walk over to first. Runner's going to be on first and second now. Wardell at second and Robles at first. That is now a handful of hit batters now that's walked runners over to first. Benefiting the Rebels, Marcus Pollard next up. Also host families Kelly and Matt Peoples family, Kim and Kevin Pouch family, Melissa and Dennis Wardell family, and Michelle and Brent Kaufman family. Brown. Pitch in, no swing, ball 1. One runner in scoring position with Pollard once again up to bat. July 1st, 9:22 p.m., 2-0 count. Rebels currently on a 6-game losing streak, trying to snap that one. 2-8 in their last 10 games. The ball, 3-0 count. Again, the Batcats got the better of the Rebels last time out on June 29th. Winning right here in Klein Scott Field by a score of 7-2. With a strike, 3-1 count. And also, the Rebels, early on in the season, got the better of the Heat once again. Winning on June 6th by a score of 13-11, and Marcus Pollard sends it straight over to the infielder for the Heat, and he gets it. Well, inadvertently, the runner out at second. 3 outs now. Closes out the 6th inning of play, 7th inning coming up here. This highly contested matchup, the Rebels leading 8-7, but the Heat, a lot of momentum on their side. Drake Davidson, 8th in the lineup for the Heat, once again makes his way up to the batter's box. Top of the 7th, the Rebels up 8-7 over Wellingon. Pitch in, down low, ball 1. Again, Dow picks number 27 in, and a swing and a miss, strike 1. Rebels looking for their 4th win of the season. 2nd in Klein Scott Field in 2024. The swing, another miss. 1-2 count. A pitch high and inside, 2-2. And that one, contact made out to Chaso, and then he gets out to Drew Wardell over at first. 1 out. Top of the 7th.
Now that's number 9.
Chow going to be next up. Coming out of Taipei, Taiwan. So we've had Catholic University, no swing, ball 1. To the outside, 1-0 count. Another swing out to left field and over the far wall. Tie game here. 8 runs apiece for both the Heat and the Rebels. Big time hit out to left field by Chow. Well, ties this game up 8 runs apiece.
Number 2, Andrew Brotman.
Andrew Brotman now up. The top of the lineup put already a couple runs on the board. Either off of his bat or heading home himself. 1 out. Top of the 7th. 1 run scored by the Heat off the huge home run. Strike 1. Gannon Dow still in the ball game. Now 6 runs scored in the last 3 innings by the Heat. Dow pitch in, strike number 2. 1 out, top of the 7th. Dow going to try it one more time, and another swing and a quick little Mark Weigand, your local Weigand Realtor strikeout. 2 outs, top of the 7th. The Rebels trying to put this one away. This game tied up 8 runs apiece in the top of the 7th. 2 outs. Samuel Rosario next up. Out of Lenore, North Carolina. Dow awaiting commission to resume play. 2 outs, top of the 7th. 8 runs apiece, ball 1. 1-0 pitch. Contact made out to center. And ball hits the ground. Going to be a base hit for Rosario. Pett going to be next up, 3rd in the bat rotation. Another hit out to center field. And the Rebels still can't quite get underneath it. Bats off the far wall. Runner's going to be on 2nd and 3rd. A pair of big hits, or a sequence of big hits here in the top of the 7th. Courtney now going to be next up. Game tied up 8 runs apiece here, but the Heat knocking on the door of taking the lead back after they led the game 2-0 throughout the first 3.5 innings. Now a meeting at the plate. Gannon Dow. 38 pitches in. Guess he's going to be staying in here, but we shall see. 3rd pitcher that's received time. So far, some days off going to be coming up along the way here for the Rebels. Regardless, head coach Hinesley coached up his guys up on the mound. Making sure their heads are still up in the game. 8 runs to 8 is the ball game. Score. Currently, Aiden Robles behind home plate, pulling in for both Zhang and Ryan Ruggiero, both of which injured at this point in the season. Stephen Courtney up to bat, 2 outs, top of the 7th. Runners on 2nd and 3rd. 2 outs. Both runners in scoring position. Heat wants to get knocked on the door. Strikeout. Pitch. Hit straight over. Off of the bat of Courtney over to first base. And Drew Wardell gets the Rebels out of the top of the 7th and into the bottom of the 7th. We'll see if they can get back on top here and retake the lead here in Klein Scott Field, looking for their 4th win of the season. Rebels have another chance of retaking the lead here. 1 run scored by the Heat in the top of the 7th. Tied this game up 8 runs apiece in Klein Scott Field. Connor Chaso, bottom of the batting rotation. Up to bat. Pitch number 1. After the pitching change, Jaden Miller heading in. Pitch 1 in. Pitch number 2, swing and a miss. 1-1 count. Miller, redshirt freshman out of Denver, Colorado. And a hit by Chaso over to first. Going to get fouled off, I believe. Yes, sir. 1-2 count. Game once again tied up 8 runs apiece, bottom of the 7th. One-two pitch heads outside. Going to be a 2-2 count. Bottom of the 7th. Miller, another one in, and a swing and a miss from Chaso. Going to be a 2-2 count. Exciting pitch. Outside. Now going to be 3-2. Chaso now kind of the swing or have the ball go outside. He swings and it goes out to right field. And a beautiful play in the outfield. First out of the bottom of the 7th. Cooper Addison now going to be next up. Top on the batting lineup. Going to reset the count. Let's get Jaden Miller in the ball game. Redshirt freshman out of Lamar Community College. Addison, no swing, outside. Ball 1. Addison, no swing again. That one called for a strike. 1-1 count. Addison, sophomore, Northeastern Oklahoma A&M out of Rogers, Arkansas. 1-1 pitch. And ball number 2. Two-one pitch coming up. And it is on the way. No swing and a ball number 3. Chris Clark going to be next up out of right field. Step into the batter's box. Three-one pitch way outside. Addison going to get a free walk over to first. He's going to stay there. Clark.
Number 12, Chris Clark.
Number 12, Chris Clark. Gonna take position. It's a tied ball game here, bottom of the 7th. Anything can happen. Rebels trying to get their 4th win of the season. Gets a 4-17 on the year. First handful of innings flew by, turning into slow and methodical type of ball game. One out, bottom of the 7th. 1-0 count. Clark up to bat. Clark shows a bunt, and he gets it off over to first. And Clark makes it home, or makes it to first, excuse me. Runner's going to be on first and second.
Now that is number 8,
Titan Gable. I'm going to step up here. Clark, the speed to his advantage. Clark, outfielder for the Rebels up. Cooper Addison up at second in scoring position. Miller now 45 pitches in. Comes in and Gable no swing, ball 1. Just under 3 hours into this one. Gable, hard swing out in the left field. Going to be brought down by the defense of the Heat. Now 2 outs here in the bottom of the 7th. Jack Gardner going to be next up. Saw Gardner hammer one earlier on to put a run on the board for the Rebels. See if he can do it again. Let's get Clark on second, or Clark on first. Cooper Addison on second. Gardner up to bat. Pitch in, swing, and a miss. Strike 1. Miller now. This time looks back over at second where Addison is. Fires in the pitch. Strike 1, 2. 0-2 count. 2 outs. Bottom of the 7th. All pressure down Gardner. With 2 outs in this half inning. Ooh. Step back. It's Miller off the mound there for a second. Didn't like what he was about to throw. Presumably. Fires in the 0-2 pitch. Inside, going to be a ball. 1-2 count. Bottom of the 7th, 2 outs. Pitch comes in and hard contact from Gardner out into right field. And the Heat bring it down and brings it into the bottom of the 7th. The Rebels trying to hold on to this potential win. But game tied up 8 runs apiece, heading in to the top of the 8th. Stay with us. More coming up in reclined Scott Field. Welcome back, Klein Scott Field. My name is Adrian Holguin. Tate Lewis subbing in, starting off the top of the 8th for the Newton Rebels. Rebels trying to hold on to this potential win for their 4th of the season. Lewis picks number 1 and Rebels. Brings in the ball, goes to the outside, up to bat. Larson Lott, catcher. Tonight, for the Heat. Kind of orchestrating the defensive outing for the Heat so far. 2-0 count. So no outs, top of the 8th. .478 batting average on the season for Lott. Not too shabby, 3-0 count. No runners on base, still early on. Pitch in, strike number 1, 3-1 count. Wellington trying to get their 17th win on the season. Avoid their 10th loss. That pitch heads inside, and Lewis going to walk him over to first.
Now at number Oscar Villardo.
Oscar Villardo now next up out of Wichita, Kansas. West Wichita attended Bishop Carroll Catholic High School. Villardo not much success in terms of hitting so far tonight. Has it been on base quite yet? Lewis fires that one in down low. Robles once again catching spot. Lead for Ryan Ruggiero. Ruggiero been out of action for a few games. Newton, Kansas, and then sustained kind of a new injury. Sustained at the All-Star game. 2-0 count. Lardo finally makes contact out to left field. Runner's going to be advancing over to second. Now Gallardo stops at first. One runner on scoring position here. Top of the 8th. I was going to try and stop the bleeding now. Heat once again kind of on a bit of a run. 3 straight innings. They scored at least one run. 1 in the top of the 5th. 4 top of the 6th. 1 in the top of the 7th. Correction. Runners on first and second. 1 in scoring position. Lewis looks back at second. Now back in, firing into Keegan Woods. Ball 1. 1-0 count. Lewis had a Southwestern. As the next one is called strike. Inside. 1-1 count. Lewis also had a Dewey, Oklahoma. Once again, keeping an eye over at second. Next one fired in up top. Robles reaches all the way up and takes in that ball. Called ball up top, 2-1. Chaso covering second. And next pitch inside and hits the batter. Going to load up the bases now for the Heat, not what the Rebels wanted to see. In the top of the 8th. 0 outs still. Drake Davidson going to step up now. Number 7. Quite a bit of success so far tonight, at least from the batter's box. $12 hits so far tonight. For the Heat, only 7 for the Rebels. Just fires the next one in. Up top. Called ball. 1-0 count. Once again, bases loaded behind Lewis. 0 outs, top of the 8th. Heat virtually nothing to lose at this stage. Lewis 1-0 pitch. Going to be uncontrolled by Robles. Runners going to be grounding the bases. 1 heads home. Heat now going to be up 9-8 with 2 runners in scoring position on second and third. 9:52 now inclined Scott Field. Still kind of toasty outside, roughly 90 degrees. Light wind in the infield, 2-0 count. To pitch fired in up top, 3-0 count now. 1 ball away from loading up the bases. Lewis resets, receives the call, fires it in, and called strike 3-1. Drake Davidson still up. Receives the next pitch. Goes outside. Davidson now gets walked over to first. Base is going to be loaded. The top of the 8th for the Heat. Shaw now going to step back up, but Tate Lewis possibly heading out of the ball game, heading off the mound for the Rebels. New pitcher going to be heading in here in Klein Scott Field. We'll let him warm up, and we'll be back for the rest of the top of the 8th. Heat up 9-8, bases loaded. We'll be back. Back in it, Klein Scott Field, Wyatt Jeward in relief for Tate Lewis. Jeward getting his first piece of action tonight. Pitch number 1, up top, ball 1. 1-0 count, bases loaded right behind him. Top of the 8th once again. Heat up 9-8. Strike 1. 1-1 count. Still 0 outs, top of the 8th. Rebels trying to get out of this inning. Been a long one, swing and a miss. 1-2 count. bringing it up at 2-2. ERA at 10.03 for Druid on the season. Quick Mark Fox Wagon realtor strikeout. First out, top of the 8th. Bases still loaded for the Heat. And the Heat already up 1 run. The Rebels cannot give up many more if they want to stay in this ball game, trying to pick up their 4th win of the season. Winning once again with a record of 3-17. Druid pitch in, ball to the bottom. 1-0 count. Still 1 out. Top of the 8th. Heat up 9-8. Next one, hard pitch out, and White can't quite haul in that hit. Went right over to him at third base. And it's a pair of runners make their way home. Runners going to be also on first and second. The Heat now lead 11-8, top of the 8th. Only 1 out. Sammy Rosario now making his way back up, second up in the batting lineup. Browman gets counted for a double RBI on that one. Top of the 8th, Heat up 11-8. Going to reset the count, 1 out. A low count, top of the 8th. Next one, head straight inside off the throwing hand of Wyatt Druid. 1-0 count. Once again, just now getting subbed in for Tate Lewis. Druid, another hard pitch inside. 1-1 count. Druid looks back over at second. Chaso covering it. Next pitch inside and into the dirt, uncontrolled pitch. Runner's going to advance to second and third. Ball number 2, 2-1 count. Now, top of the 8th. Game now entering its 3rd hour. Wyatt Druid pitches that one in, and a hard hit into center field. And the Rebels bring it down. 2 outs, but 1 runner makes his way home. Going to grow the lead by 1 more run for the Heat. 12-8. 4 runs in the top of the 8th now for Wellington. Our 3rd in the batting lineup now. Back to Nomar to Pat. Druid pitch outside. Ball 1. 1-0 count. 2 outs. Once again, top of the 8th. Rebels trying to get out of this one, and it's the bottom of the 8th and then bottom of the 9th trying to get back into this game. 2-0 count. Okay, so once again, at shortstop and relief for Jody Lopez, out with an injury currently. 2-1 count. 2 outs, top of the 8th. And 2-1 pitch, contact out to Clark in right field, who brings it down. 3 outs, top of the 8th. Bottom of the 8th coming up here from Klein Scott Field. Stay with us. More action coming up. The Rebels going to try to get back into this one. Down 12-8. Lance White set to kick off the bottom of the 8th. The Rebels trailing by 4 runs, 12-8. After the Heat just came off the 4-run top of set 8th. White receives the first pitch, contact out to left field, but defense of the Heat bring it down. 1 out already, bottom of the 8th, heartbreaker for the Rebels. Now Drew Wardell, first baseman for the Rebels, going to try and turn kind of the Rebels' late game fortunes around. Last 2 innings held scoreless up against the Heat defense. Heat up 12-8. Pitch comes in. Goes up and then down. 1-0 count. 1 out. Once again, Heat leading 12-8 over the Newton Rebels. That pitch is a bit more of a sidearm. Outside again. Leave a 2-0 count. Pitch down the middle. 2 balls, 1 strike, 1 out. Bottom of the 8th. Pitch heads in and a low swing by Drew Wardell. 2nd strike now of this sequence. And Wardell reaches out and pops that one straight up in the air. Not going to get out of the infield, but an error by the second baseman for the Heat is going to keep Wardell over at first. Now Aiden Robles will be next up, and now it seems like the Heat may be putting up some unforced errors. Can the Rebels capitalize? Aiden Robles coming up for the catching spot. I believe 5 pitchers been in the game for the course of the evening for the Rebels. One 0 count, 1 out. Robles hard contact into left field. But a beautiful job by the defense again of the Heat, not letting him have an inky outfield, just dominating. 2 outs. It's Marcus Pollard stepping up to the plate from the bottom of the 8th. Pollard, no swing, out of control pitch. Wardell makes it over from first to seconds. On the season, Marcus Pollard. .40 at-bats. 6 hits, 6 runs. Once again, Drew Wardell advances from first to second. 1-1 count. Pollard receives the next one. No swing up top. Ball number 2, 2-1 count. 2 outs. Two-one pitch heads back in from Allmiller. 62 pitches in for him. 3-1 count. Bottom of the 8th, once again, 2 outs. Allmiller looks back at second. No swing. Pollard going to receive the walk. Over to first.
Now that number 17, Connor Chaso.
Now Connor Chaso, bottom of the lineup, has some success from the batter's box so far tonight in relief once again of Lopez. Shortstop out with injury. And that one, hard contact out into right field, going to hit the ground. Runners rounding base, and Wardell over to first. Chaso stays over at first himself. Now Drew Marcus Pollard out to third. Cooper Addison now next up, top of the batting rotation. Now 1 run put in the bottom of the 8th for the Rebels. 12-9 ball game, heat up top. Timeout here. Locke kind of making sure his pitcher calmed down a little bit, giving up the previous RBI. Can heat up 12-9. Addison. At bat, strike 1. 2 outs, bottom of the 8th. Addison. With the ball. Now 1-1 count. Now Miller. Bit of kind of a unique throwing motion himself. Gonna call for strike number 2. 1-2 count. Now Locke kind of taking a second to kind of breathe a little bit. Maybe get a little too far ahead of himself. In that previous record, we did see a pitching change. It's like Creekmore. Heading in. One, 2 count, 2 outs. Bottom of the 8th. 1 runner in scoring position for the Rebels. No swing from Addison. 2-2 count. Two-two pitch on the way. Creekmore. No swing and called strike. Going to be another strikeout to bring an end to the bottom of the 8th. Top of the 9th coming up. The Rebels down 3. Trying to fight for their lives. Trying to pick up the 4th win of the season. We'll be back. 9th inning coming up. Stephen Courtney approaches the box. Going to kick us off here at top of the 9th. The Heat leading 12-9 over the Rebels. 4 straight innings, or at least 1 run has been put up for Wellington. Pitch 1 in, ball 1. Courtney out of Sydney, Australia. Sophomore out of Friends University. 1-1 count. Long way from the land down under to get up here. Goodness gracious. Pitch in. Strike. 1-2. 1-2 pitch heading in. And that one heads in up top. 2-2 count. Now 3 hours and 14 minutes into this one. Swing and a miss and a strikeout. Wyatt Druid out of Tabor College still on the mound. Another Mark Fox, like local Wellingon realtor strikeout. 1 out, top of the 9th. Heat up 12-9. Pitch in, ball. Larson Lott, texture back up. And we saw him kind of take that extended break last half inning. 1 ball and then a hit right over to the mitt of Jack Gardner, playing second base for the night for the Rebels. 2 outs. 2 outs, top of the 9th. Oscar Gallardo going to be next up now out of Wichita, Kansas. Gallardo, a junior at Northwestern Oklahoma State University. Pitch in. Foul ball to the backside, strike 1. Gallardo. 1 pitch coming up. Sent in and ball. 1-1 count, 1-1 pitch coming in. Fired in indeed, down below, out of control pitch. Straight into the dirt. 2-1. Wyatt Druid at Tabor College. Fires another one in and called a strike. 2-2 counts. And another swing and a strikeout brings it in to the top of the 9th. The Rebels, how will their destiny in their hands, proverbially need to get 3 more runs on the board here, bottom of the 9th, to get their 4th win, or be in the running for their 4th win of the season here in Klein Scott Field. Stay with us. 1 more half inning of play to go.
Now that the Rebels number 12, Chris Clark.
Back up, bottom of the ninth, half an inning to go. In this one, the Rebels fighting for their lives here, trying to pick up their 4th win of the season. Currently down 12 runs to 9, entering the bottom of the ninth. Chris Clark up to bat. Receives the first one. Finally swings at it. Foul ball to the right side. And a tremendous play that time. Holy smokes, by the Heat to bring that one down. 1 out, bottom of the ninth. Titan Gable. Gonna be next up here. Pettigrew was the one that brought down that foul ball for the out. Next one in, and foul ball by Gable. Strike 1. He wants to get up 12-9, bottom of the ninth. 1 out. Strike 1 with Gable in the box. Umpire. Dusting off the home plate. Zooms action. Gable receives the pitch, swings at it, and foul ball to the right. 0-2 count. Gable 3.45 batting average on the season. To the 0-2 count, we're at the bottom of the ninth. Comes in, swings at it, out to left field, and the Heat can't quite bring it down. Gable around the bases, stops at second.
Next to bat, number 4, Jack Gardner.
1 out, bottom of the ninth. Gable at second, Jack Gardner going to be next up. Jack Garner out of Warsaw, Missouri, Hutchinson Community College. Playing second baseman tonight for the Rebels. 1 out, bottom of the ninth. Swing and a miss, strike 1. A 1 pitch comes in up top. Big ball 1-1. Next one, call for a strike. Strike 2. One, 2 count, 1 out. Bottom of the ninth, runner on second. Swing and a foul ball. Jack Gardner. Count going to stay 1-2. Gardner receives 1 more and hits it out over the top of second. Runners rounding the bases. And Titan Gable finally makes it around and cuts the lead down to 12-10. Lance White going to be next up. Bottom of the ninth, 1 out. Jack Gardner on first. Garner gets credited, of course, for the single RBI. One out. Strike one. That's White. Third baseman once again on spot up to bat. Pitch in, down low. Ball 1-1 count. One out, heat up 12-10. One out, bottom of the ninth. Pitch in, ball. Marks Pete. Tweed did get subbed in for Allmiller previously. He's the one up on the mound now. Two, 1 count. White still up. The batter's box, ball 3. Rebels only down by 2. Heat up 12-10. Bottom of the ninth. Another one in, and White makes contact, and double play opportunity is converted by the Heat. The Rebels try to make the late game surge in the bottom of the ninth. Got 1 run on the board, but just was not quite enough. 13 total hits for the Heat and 11 total for the Rebels. Brings an end to this one in Klein Scott Field. The Newton Rebels fall to a record of 3-18 after a long night in Klein Scott Field. The Heat once again leading at the end of it 12-10. The Rebels going to return to action on July 5th here at home in Centennial Park. Going to take on the Kings July 5th at 7 p.m. Come out and support the Newton Rebels, and then the very next game, going to right afterwards, I believe a doubleheader against the Kings on July 5th. Once again, starting, I guess that would be at 6 p.m. Bit off on my sheet. No problem. And then the Monarchs going to come to town on July 8th. Make sure to come out supporting Newton Rebels. So you to cheer them on day in and day out. Once again, Centennial Park. Thank you for listening. My name is Adrian Holguin. We'll be back.